a conversation, okay?
Are we? Are
And
we
I'm
really?
asking you a very simple question. Do you agree that if they didn't change at the same rate, then that would refute the claim that it
That would
was
be weird,
caused by
yes.
the Earth's rotation because it can't be spinning two different speeds at once, correct?
When you show me the data, I will probably correct you on what you fucked up understanding.
Oh, you won't. You just won't. You won't even
Well, you just
agree, like
won't show me the data.
hypothetically. You can't even
Yeah.
agree to the hypothetical.
Which, like, we've been through this a dozen times. I don't trust
You're
you to
scared. You have a
accurately.
religion,
Get
bro.
fucking
Like
idiot.
who?
Jesus, you're getting toned down.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Hey, Proto, can you answer the
It's
question since
bullshit
Ruif is
fucking
incapable of being
psychoanalysis shit.
honest? This is
All in
funny.
one, motherfuckers.
Well, I think he was just asking you, Ruhif. I mean, if this was the case, would it spark any doubt in your belief system with the physics involved?
We had a actually where's Science It Out? Sorry, yeah, we had a conversation the other day about Science It Out's video showing the shockwave from the volcanic eruption in Tonga. And Witsit came in and goes, "Oh, here's a fucking paper that shows that this is all bullshit. That the timing doesn't matter." It was about his paper had nothing to fucking do with shockwaves. It was about how to predict volcanic explosions based on like pre-shocks and other sort of shit. It was just a random fucking paper that he Googled for 5 seconds.
Buddy, and only
had not read. It's just
I dropped two
bullshit.
PDFs.
And that's the tactic of his.
Oh my god!
So I would like
The
to
tactic
see
is to not
his
pick up,
supporting
not to click
data
on the first PDF
because it's
that
most likely that he's
Oh,
fucked
you
it
got me
up.
turned down.
All right, Ruhif, just turn him back up because you guys are like talking at the same time. Just
Is he going to give me the data so I can look at it?
well, you should be able to manage yourself and let people say what they say and just be in a conversation without having to just turn people down.
Yeah. Well, I turned down. Who was it? George.
Well, I mean, if you don't
George
prefer to
said-
respond or engage any further, then disengage or you know.
Well, disengaging is turning him down, right? How is that not disengaging?
Yeah, well, you turn him off and then talk over people. So that's not talk over him.
All right.
I mean, he was trying to
give me the data.
saying, and then you're just like talking, just wanting to talk with your fingers in your ears and not listening to anyone else.
Yeah. If he wants to give me the data, that's fine. If he doesn't, that's fine as well.
Okay, whatever, man. So, Gio, you see what remember we were talking the other day? Like maybe it was yesterday. We were like, it's like when you ask them to still in your case, they can't do it, or like when you boil it down to a question that may jeopardize the globe, they won't even like articulate an answer. Dude, it's insane, bro. Right? Like, I'm just trying to see if that argument, if they have any arguments against it. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, it seems very cut and dry that the Earth can't spin more than one speed at the same time. Right? I'm just making sure that I'm not missing something. They don't have some type of magical form of physics that explains that. I mean, I get that it may be slight, like, okay, if the Earth's spinning, it's going to be different for the sun and the stars and how we perceive them, right? That's why they claim there's a difference in the solar and sidereal day. So if the Earth speeds up, then like how it affects our view of the sun and our view of the stars will be slightly different. But this is a very precise amount of difference that's known. So you would have to apply that. You would have to apply the prediction, and then like the rate of the solar change to the sidereal change, and they would have to perfectly match once you added in the variable of perspective difference.
I was just wondering if you guys
have
any proof of the southern stars rotating around Polaris yet.
What is
Sigma
that?
Canis,
What we're talking about.
So
no,
on
provably not a ball that spins. We can just ignore it and then ask about star trails.
Oh, don't look at the sky because it proves a globe.
Hold on. Ruhiv,
don't look at the
I got
sky.
2 holes in one and it didn't count. What's up?
Short champ.
What's the no? I was in the hole. What's up with that?
It does that.
Dude, that happened twice this game.
Yeah.
Short champ.
You have to like hit it again even though it's already in the hole.
Yeah, I wondered why the timer kept going. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. You can even pull it as like hard as you can, it'll still stay in the hole.
Fuck. Got knocked off.
So anyway.
No, but I know just to respond to what you're saying. We can talk about the southern stars. I think Trouble about wanted to talk. But yeah, I hear it. Yeah. Well, Ruhiv kind of, it's like you started out considering it and then
I still want to consider it.
Happened from there. I don't know what happened, but at the beginning you were willing to possibly entertain it, and then something like short circuited, and then now you're not willing to discuss it.
I'm willing to look at it. Absolutely. He just won't show it to me.
I presented something that in theory would absolutely refute it. And the idea that like one thing can be discovered and refute their position entirely, they're never going to like vocally agree.
But you
So
won't with the Southern Stars either. It totally destroys.
I talk about the Southern Stars every time someone asks. What are you talking about?
Oh, fuck, it's 8 o'clock. One more
You
round.
make up-
You asked why the Southern Stars don't rotate. The Southern Stars don't rotate around Polaris. Yeah, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, so now you're going to make up some bullshit that they're fake lights in the sky.
What? Have you not
Well,
ever
okay,
seen,
well,
have you never
there's
seen
two-
someone put a dome over top of concentric circles and it creates like a convergence point on the outside of the dome?
From the center where Polaris is in the middle of the dome.
We don't see
you're
the
gonna put
Southern
it on
Star
one-
Trails from the center.
Yeah, you can't even see
No,
Polaris.
the Polaris is in the center,
Yeah,
not
but
at
you
one
can't
side
see,
of the dome.
you can't see the Southern Star Trails from there.
But Polaris is not at the edge of a dome.
Well,
in the
totally
middle.
irrelevant to the. I asked you, have you ever seen? You're so confident every time you're in a room, you bring this up and you say flat earthers are
Yeah.
scared of it, but you haven't even actually looked at the flat Earth explanations yet. I mean, one of the very
Because
obvious
it
ones
doesn't make
is
sense. It's not right.
you how specify why
work.
it's not right, because if you put a dome over concentric circles, it will cause the circles on the outside to look like they're converging in a circle on the outside of
won't.
the dome.
No.
Yes. You want me to
Fuck
drop
you,
you a
Rex.
GIF?
How about you drop the rotation times thing?
Oh, I will in a second, buddy.
Okay. You got 2 minutes.
I'm not 100% not giving it to you in 2 minutes.
Well, can you DM it to me then?
Yeah, maybe. Depends on if I like see an attitude improvement.
Jesus. You're that scared of actually giving it to me, aren't you?
Scared about what, bro? You're the one that, dude, I'm sitting here reading the academia you worship, and they say that they have no idea and that the explanation is completely unknown. So what am I scared of? This is your belief.
Yeah, they're giving it to me and showing how you fucked it up.
Dude, they say they don't know the answer.
Yeah. I still don't believe you because you just refuse to give me stuff.
You think they do know the answer.
Bullshit.
Actually, I just posted a link to a NASA page that talks about what the probable cause is. So
What is
you guys
it?
want to take a look at that?
What is it?
That the overall rotational inertia of the Earth system includes the atmosphere, and so changes in movements in the atmosphere can actually affect the rotation speed of the Earth.
This is a question of why
just
the...
now came out and said that's why we had the fastest stage recorded, even though it's from 2003. What a joke. So you would know if you critically thought about things that is completely ridiculous to say that, because it is a consistent specific change. So there has to be a consistent specific change in distribution of mass or energy introduced that directly is proportionate to the amount of change and how it's going back and forth. The idea that there's changes in the atmosphere randomly and that could affect something is completely irrelevant. Hence why this is from 20 years before the actual observations.
Hang on. I thought this was about having different changes between a sidereal day and a solar day.
Oh, that's my additional last point.
Okay,
I haven't even.
Please show us that.
No. We're gonna get to the first part first, right? Like you guys love to skip
claims,
over.
but you haven't provided any links to where you're getting this information. So
Okay, I
would be
mean,
taking
can
it
you guys
serious.
not use Google and it's like clearly like how you think?
I did use Google, and this is the article I
fuck you,
found.
Riggs.
But it's evidently not the
fuck,
one.
Roof.
God, here you guys
All right,
go,
I'm
man.
fucking off. See you.
Peace.
Yeah, run away.
That means you lose the golf. All right. I'm going to feed the
Hold on,
dogs.
man. Are you open to the possibility that the current model could not be entirely accurate, or is it like 100% impossible?
I was gonna say I'm always open to new information. The bar is pretty high for me from working in aerospace and in the defense industry. I've seen a hell of a lot of evidence of the Earth being a rotating globe. So
I don't buy that. So I'm sorry.
that's fine. You don't have
You can
to.
just say that, but according to your belief, the Earth presents itself stationary, and to quote Einstein, it's a stubbornly persistent illusion that the Earth is in fact at rest. So you pretending that if you drop the fact you were doing something professionally, therefore what?
At all. The Earth doesn't present itself as stationary at all.
Okay, so you disagree with Einstein. You disagree with the mainstream model. So we're still on the same team.
You're misrepresenting Einstein. Einstein was talking about that the orbital motion of Earth cannot be detected through that kind of experimentation. The rotation of the Earth absolutely can be detected because we regularly detect it with gyroscopes.
No, actually, you 100% have read less of Einstein talking about this than I have. And so you can pretend I'm misrepresenting by basically asserting it. But objectively, he explained that the rotation of the sky doesn't prove if it's the Earth or the sky moving. And detection of any type of Coriolis or centrifugal effect in relation to that, once again, doesn't
No,
distinguish the
two
difference between the
celestial
two.
poles.
Oh my
Two
God.
celestial poles proves it's moving.
Yeah, there you go. Just keep
The one
on
you
saying your
think
same
are
rudimentary
reflections on the
point in the middle
dome.
of other people talking.
Sorry.
It's like, bro, I know your point, okay? Your point's boring to me. I just now told you that you can imitate the stars, okay? Proto, do you understand though, right? Like he's saying it could be at rest, it could be stationary, it could be geocentric. If it's geocentric, then it's not spinning either. If it's at rest, it's at rest. He didn't just say the motion of the orbit. He said motion, period, at rest, stationary geocentric Earth. That's specifically what he said. Okay, and we have the sky spinning in either situation. One is optical, one is actual. And the question is, like, which one is it? And then Einstein knew very well that the way you would actually be able to differentiate is to prove that the Earth orbits the sun. Because if the Earth is orbiting the sun, then it's also spinning, because that's the only way to explain what we see. If the Earth is not orbiting, then we have a problem, because it can be explained stationary. So that's what he actually said. Anyway, the point is that in 2023, you guys have got to come up with an explanation why the Earth was supposedly slowing down, then speeding up, then slowing down, then speeding up again. That violates a law of physics. So.
Okay. I thank you for posting that article. It's something I will take a look at. It's actually getting pretty late here, so I'm probably not going to give you an answer tonight. But if you're
all
back
good.
on
Look,
here,
I'll go ahead and help you out too, because I know you guys are going to just internalize whatever the article says, and it's going to automatically become true or something. But if you go down to the cause of the differing speed of Earth's spin is unknown, but theories abound. It says some have postulated that less weight on the poles results from the melting of the glacier. But I can also cite NASA for you saying that's opposite of the truth. And if the ice caps melt and then distribute the mass relative to the ocean, it would actually slow down the Earth. So this article, they're wrong. Others note that the molten core of our planet's inferior is moving over time. This also doesn't work because it isn't a consistent change in one direction, right? It's going back and forth. Seismic activity could be another related cause. That doesn't in any way help us actually go
so
from
basically you're saying is because there's a very tiny thing that they have not pinned down for certain what the reason is, the Earth must be flat. That's basically what your argument is.
What? How come everyone that debates with the globe literally can't debate without being fallacious?
No, but I mean that's what it comes down to. You're basically arguing that because there's this small change in the rotation, we should be throwing out the entire heliocentric model, even though
it
they
would
have
falsify
a
axial rotation. That's right. This falsifies axial rotation until you can offer a mechanism that doesn't violate the laws of physics that can be proven. So.
Yeah, I think you're making a pretty big leap there, saying it completely falsifies axial rotation because there's a tiny variation that they have multiple possible explanations for.
They don't have one.
You just said that they have various theories that they just haven't proven.
Yeah, I just explained what was wrong with them too. I've actually researched this. Do you not see the difference here? You haven't even heard of it.
I suggest you publish your refutation of all those theories. Then
you haven't even heard of it,
and
you haven't even heard of it. They admit those are the problems with it. That's what I'm trying to explain. You're coming from a position of ignorance.
This definitely sounds like an interesting paper that I will enjoy reading.
This comes off religious, bro. It does, because like you don't even know about it yet, and you're like so sure, and like you're like, oh, there's answer. You're now making up claims about something you just admitted you knew nothing about.
I'm laughing the extent to which you're building this up to some sort of like, oh my God, we've just killed the entire premise of the Earth rotating.
Okay, now what? Okay, so then answer my question I asked him. Okay, this right here does falsify the axial rotation claim unless you can provide some like verifiable change in distribution of mass or energy introduced. That's objective. Part two is the rate change in the sidereal and solar rotations don't match. If they're changing at different rates, that automatically, irrefutably falsifies the claim that the Earth's a globe that spins. Automatically, 100%. There is no way around it.
No. You're making a huge leap to say just because tiny measurement changes that they're still looking for the reason for it. That does not completely falsify.
No, that's not what I
a
said. I
huge-
said that if the change in the star's rotation and the sun's rotation did not change at the same rate, you can't claim it's the Earth spinning that caused it, because the Earth cannot spin at two different speeds at the same time. So that would falsify the
So
claim
what,
that the
where
Earth
are
is.
you? How are you claiming that they're not changing at the same rate?
No, I'm
Where are
asking.
you
Do
making
you
that
you
leap?
agree that if they change at different rates, then it falsifies the globe Earth?
So you're saying that the rate of rotation change that the scientists have detected of the Earth, they've detected that change, but they did not change a
No,
similar
didn't.
change in rate to the.
That's not how it happened. They didn't like measure the Earth moving and say, "Oh, look, it's getting slower." They measured the days, the stars and the sun
Hmm.
days got shorter. On the globe Earth, you automatically assume that means the Earth getting faster, because that's the claimed cause of the stars moving in the sky. So that means that has to be what's happening, right? So
Okay, sure. So where are you going with this?
they assuming that the Earth of all that spins, they don't feel like they haven't even really gone and done precise measurements to match it, where they claim that they measure the Earth spin and they match it with the change in side view. They haven't even done that. They just assume it. It's such a joke. But the point is, it doesn't even work, like physics wise, unless you can have some type of mechanism. And more importantly, if those rates change differently, like hypothetically, you agree that that would automatically falsify the claim it's the Earth spinning causing it, because the Earth cannot spin at two different rates at the same time.
I guess I'm trying to get where you're saying that they were spinning at two different rates. I mean, it's like you how you're making that comparison. I mean, you're establishing the rate of spin based off the other one, so you only have one measurement.
No, that's not true. Dude, we make solar measurements, we make sidereal measurements.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm asking you, it's like an intellectual honesty litmus test. It's like, hypothetically, if the measurements of the sidereal day getting shorter don't match perfectly with the change in the solar day getting shorter, then it can't be the Earth's spin causing it.
Ah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. I at least understand your question better now. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like that hasn't actually been done. The fact that it hasn't been like so openly combined and addressed is actually very suspect to me. But so I have to look into the specifics and do it myself, do the math myself. So that's just a hypothetical. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? I mean, I think a 10-year-old would be like, well, yeah, the Earth can't spin at two speeds at once, right? I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
It's a
So
problem even
I
without that, but you have the whole idea of, well, this is how science works, and they'll discover it one day,
was going to say, I would say that would be a very curious thing if you discovered that they were rotating at different speeds. I would think that might imply a change actually in the orbital speed. I'd have to think that through. But
That's not an option. That's
I
not
will look at this article. I appreciate you posting the link to it.
Yeah.
I always like learning new things. Unfortunately, it is god awful hour here. I'm gonna have to get to bed here pretty soon.
You're good, dude.
Hey, talk to you later.
All right, later, bro. Yeah, I think this argument's awesome. Just me. Danny, did you just get wrecked?
Oh no, that guy just left? I just
Yeah.
missed it?
He had to go, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
His
The
laugh
ballers
is pretty
don't like
creepy
to
though,
talk
huh?
about this.
I don't trust anybody who laughs like that.
Yeah.
Evil as fuck. Hey, you busy?
Sorta.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to make this video.
No problem. Trying to
What?
play some games.
Oh.
I can't. I don't have Nitro. Play the.
You're trying to play like what? Like golf?
Yeah. That's all I was trying to do.
I'll mess around with you while I do the video.
No worries.
Yo, it's so funny if the freaking sky ends up debunking the globe.
Well, I think you make a good point. I don't know much about the sidereal. Like, I've never researched that argument.
You got to pick
But
that place, bro.
you make a good point about the star rotations
You got 2
over the
seconds.
ocean compared
2
to the
seconds.
land.
Oh, how dare you, man? Sorry, go ahead. You got me playing by myself in here. It's really simple, right? Like the stars spin at a
Oh, you
different
fucking-
speed than the sun.
Oh my god. Sorry.
Oh, it's not.
I'm
See,
listening.
I'm in the hole and it's saying I'm not. What does it look like for you?
I don't know. Are you like? Let me. Yeah. See, it looks like I'm winning.
Yeah, that's garbage, bro.
Yeah, that is, dude. That happened to me twice, and Ruher beat me twice. Bullshit. Oh no, this is not good. This is a horrible angle. Yeah. Tell me about this. What is this sidereal thing? Like, explain it to me. Like I'm stupid.
Yeah. So the sidereal rotation is just like the rotation of the stars,
Oh fuck.
and then solar is just the sun.
Okay, so yeah, the stars move at they're slightly faster than the sun, right? Is that right? Been a while for me since I've made sense of all this.
Sorry. What's up? What'd you
No,
say?
yeah. So the moon is a little bit slower than the sun, and the stars are a little bit faster than the sun, right?
Uh-huh.
No. Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it is the
Like on a flat, understanding.
I'm trying to think. Actually, I don't remember because it's like it's a 4-minute difference.
The sun is 24 hours and the stars are 23 hours and 56 minutes. And then
They're slower. So the sun is the fastest.
No, the stars are the fastest.
Because it takes less time.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
And then the moon is quite a bit slower, 24:50.
Which that's a very interesting number that Jaren's been pointing out to me.
Yeah, so
tides are like work on that same thing.
24:50.
24 hours, 50 minutes. Yeah, so the moon is 50 minutes slower than the sun a day, which is interesting because the tides change by 50 minutes in their cycle as well.
Oh, how did I fuck that up?
Like if it's if high tide is at 3:10 one day, the next day it'll be at 4 p.m. Like it cycles 50 minutes. It like shifts 50 minutes a day.
Wow, I'm not in here. What's going on?
I'm losing.
Oh, I just missed because of your stupid thing, dude.
Get big.
Is this still gonna make me shoot again? Look at that, dude. So stupid. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is crazy because it's like it went from like shortest days to like the shortest day was longer than the previous year, and now we have a even shorter day for 2022.
Oh my God. Why is it following me?
Oh, it's gonna put you in.
Oh, yeah, do that.
Wow, I just glitched out.
That is a good point, because with the actual physical globe Earth being the thing that's spinning, you can't actually have any variations between the solar and sidereal day, because they're all like out in space and you're like a physical sphere. Whereas over a stationary Earth, if the sky is whatever it is, whether it's water, plasma, superfluid, any medium one would want to think about, they actually can change their speeds, because it's like a sky clock. It's not dependent on being a physical ball and having all that stuff out in the physical space like the way they say it is. So that is what, to me, is like partly at the root of what you're describing there, is like in my mind, is like the physical impossibility for a physical sphere Earth to have the changes in those sidereal and solar rotations if it's physical. So it like isn't possible on a physical sphere spinning in a big medium like that.
Well, it's funny. It's just like swept under the rug. It's like, dude, none of the ballers have even heard of it. It's just funny. I don't know.
Well, you think that makes it a... Oh, nice. Nice.
Wow.
You think that makes it a flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm like, no, what? We're talking about what? We're talking about how
These
it doesn't
guys, these
spin.
things are mutually exclusive, and it's like that's a straw man. Like, we're just knocking down each point one by one. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, you run along with your stationary globe.
Like, it doesn't have to be a flat Earth. It just, the globe is insufficient. That's all that means.
Yeah. A stationary globe with close and local celestial bodies around it.
Gio, are you doing something? Busy? Oh, you asshole.
Yeah, I'm doing a couple things.
Oh, okay.
Why? To join the golf game?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no, this is horrible.
Yeah, Riggs, yeah, with this, you can actually go slightly up behind you and it'll roll back down and hit the thing.
Maybe. But you know what'll happen? I'll drop in the hole.
So
Because
hit
it won't be
off the
enough
wall,
velocity.
and it'll go up the ramp a little bit, then it'll slum that down and it'll come through the middle.
Yeah, but it won't be enough velocity. Watch.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I just got to
For
go all the way
sure.
back.
So this game motivated me to download it on my iPhone, and I played quite a bit of it. It's kind of ridiculous.
Oh, it's on. Yeah, I'm getting it on my phone then.
It's called what's it called? Golf Battle. It's fire.
Golf Battle. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, say you're like in line or something. It's pretty.
Ooh. Oh.
Wow, that wasn't even close.
Nice. So, like, you pull it just enough till it starts shaking, and then put it back a little bit.
They also had to come up with their ad hoc explanation for the precession of the equinoxes. They had to bring in a wobble for that, which still doesn't even really fully explain it correctly.
Yeah, but what's funny about this thing, dude, is like it's gonna get worse with each year. You know what I'm saying? They have to come up with an excuse that's gonna keep explaining what, and they have no idea what's gonna happen because obviously there's not a ball and their model's BS, right? So like this guy's completely out of there. their control.
Yeah. Yeah. You're saying the discrepancies are going to keep getting greater and greater.
Yeah, because I mean, I can't even tell what's going on. It's like getting faster, slower. It's really just getting fat. Like the days are getting faster. And I will say also, what's very interesting, bro, is like the scriptures say that towards the end, the days will get shorter. And it's like, they wrote the script and they make it look like prophecy because it's self-fulfilling. Like, well, they don't control the sky though. It's kind of crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, either way, it's just very interesting because, like I said, like the shortest day they recorded last year was slightly longer than the year before, and then in 2022, they had like the shortest. So. Game hates me, dude.
You can do it. Never mind. Maybe you can't do it. It's okay.
Yo, check this. Whether any of these theories hold water is yet to be ascertained, but it could also be either a combination of these factors or something different entirely. The significance of Earth's rotational speed. Earth's quickening rotation has consequences because atomic clocks, which are used in GPS satellites, don't take into account the Earth's changing rotation. If Earth spins faster than it gets to the same position a little earlier, a half a millisecond equates to 10 inches or 26 centimeters at the equator. In short, GPS satellites, which already have to be corrected for the effect of Einstein's theory of relativity, the curve of space and time, is quickly becoming useless.
Don just said Earth is just a general shape in the chat. It just made me think, like, is Earth any shape at all? The whole thing of the
land in a bunch of water, personally.
Yeah, it's like people talk about the shape of the Earth. Does it even have a shape at all?
I think it's just infinite water.
And land coming up out of it, which is not really a shape. in that it's like a ecosystem or like a realm,
Right.
with its geometry and the medium and the buoyancy and equilibrium. Although magnetic fields are spherical or toroidal, sort of even oblate in some cases. So if magnetic fields have that structure, and if the Earth has its own field, then it would perhaps give that surrounding field to the Earth. So that could be called a shape, but if that's not fully physical, then it's not really a physical shape. And then the only thing that we know for sure is tangibly physical is, the land and the water.
Bro. I'm gonna give you a chance.
Fucking bastard. Oh my God. I have 18 seconds. Stop.
I'm getting nervous, bro.
You think if everyone knew that the Earth wasn't a globe, that the people in control do you think they could still have control over us in the way they do, or like their kind of position? If just that was known by everybody, just that simple.
Okay, assuming it brings back like all the morality that would be missing from a base consciousness, it would be different. It wouldn't be so messed up. But people are still stupid. There's a lot of stupid people out there. And those people would be difficult. And maybe one day they would rise to power. So it's a toss-up, right? But I think that like the common degeneracy would be reduced significantly.
Yeah, well said. So you're saying that people currently in control would not maintain their position, but just that others, just leaving us all in this like post-traumatic stress syndrome situation of what's gone on the last 100 years, 200 years. You're just saying that others, because there hasn't been enough like healing, that people would not still have some desire to
Yeah.
control others. Because there are a lot of people, even like that are not like what we might refer to as like the kind of controllers or whatever. There's a lot of other people that are pretty wild and would probably do a lot of the same stuff if given the chance.
It's kind of like this, right? So like when you come home and you know you need to do your dishes, but the rest of the house is in order, like you maybe have like one load of laundry or you need to clean the windows. You have responsibilities and like, yeah, it's not, your house is not in order. But the way it is right now, it's like you came home and there's a pack of dogs that rip through all your pillows and your curtains and you're just looking at everything like, what the fuck? And there's shit everywhere, you know? You know that video of like cows that broke into a home that was being built and they shat everywhere? I gotta find that video. But like things are just beyond messed up right now. And that's only possible if people don't have any guidance. Because they just don't understand the ramifications. They don't know that everything you do in this life is documented. It's like there's a product of your actions, is what I mean. And that's part of the reason we're here, is that we have a job to do. And the further away you get from that job, the worse your score is. And the more difficult you make it for other people to accomplish their goal, man, that tanks your score.
Yeah, so these guys are in the negatives, infinitely negative score direction.
Yeah, you actually can't escape it. Everything that you do has consequences karmically, cosmically, and spiritually. So they're fucked. Like, I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about them. But they would think they're getting one over on me and my friends and my brothers. And it's like, bro, you are so screwed. You just don't even have any idea. You know?
Oh, it starts
because it is a spiritual battle.
Oh, that sucks. I came in and have 4.
How do I see your score? Is there like a...
Yeah, you're saying like they're almost getting what might seem like a temporary leg up right now, but actually it's a huge downgrade for them until they figure out what they're actually doing. Yeah.
Well, if they're doing everything they do because they are postulating them or like positioning themselves as gods, then they determine their own consequences. But in the reality of things, that shit don't work. Spiritually speaking, that does not work. That is a temporary gain, and they will reap the ramifications. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they can't actually escape the...
No, nobody can. That's the thing. Yeah. Like, nobody can. We're all equal on that playing field.
Well, then what is our engagement in it? Because we're here. So don't we have some way in which... Because it's like...
No. It's not our. It's yours. Like, only you can have that conversation with God and be aware of what your purpose is.
Yeah, because one does have to come to terms with all of these components.
At the end of the day, you're always alone. You know, it's with you and your like, people think that it's all about us in a group. Like, yeah, you can think of things as group if it is part of your journey. And yeah, of course. But ultimately it's all about you and your decisions, right?
Yeah. Sort of symbolically that we come into the world, you know, naked and alone. We leave the world naked and alone. That kind of concept. Like, you're in by yourself, you're out with yourself, but we have a lot of journeys along the way. But yeah, like, it's ultimately you that you'll face at, you know, when you pass on as well, and what that all is.
Let's go.
Oh, you only won. I didn't start till the whole 3 and started with +4, buddy. Don't get carried away.
Bruh, you're 5 Wait, no. You're fucking 7 behind, dude. Get fucked. 7 points.
Nah, prove it. Let's go. Let's
I'll
doesn't
take a
count.
picture.
Nope, doesn't count.
Here, look. Boom.
You can only count if I'm actually playing.
Well, it'll go down in the history books.
That's what a loser would say. Yeah, it's this trip. I'm reading them. They're like, it's just gonna change everything. The Earth is speeding up. We don't know why. Guess so.
Nice. So, Mr. Tate landed himself in the hospital. There's no information, but that's the story.
Yeah, I heard. What if he like escapes?
Dude, why is my ball farting? Dude,
Cold gas giant. You got smoked.
this is legitimately hilarious.
Wow.
Oh!
Oh, you got. Wait, how did you get such a low?
Yeah, that's right. That's
How,
right.
though? How?
Because I farted in the general direction of the hole. Duh.
You didn't even have to like do anything.
Okay, good. Oh, this is a little. Oh, what? If you fall off, does that count?
Yeah.
So it's like a. Okay. Shit.
Bro.
Yeah, I know.
That's serious.
Oh.
Bro, this
Oh,
dude seriously
you
just
got it.
stolen one.
Okay.
Okay, you won
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, I know.
We all get lucky, man.
I was there. Look at that.
4
4 points. I had a negative 8.
So hard to find like the information about this. It's crazy.
About what?
Try about having to add a negative leap second.
Nice.
What the?
Oh my god.
Has anyone ever been documented to go to like the 55th degree parallel and circumnavigate the entire Earth at that area? Like just below the 60? To test the distances in the south?
Fucking
That
kidding
seems like
me.
fairly doable. Unless they would take you out or something, but because that would measure the distance. That would be a huge thing to know.
Nice. Dude, I got in the hole right before the XL hit. Awesome.
This is lame. I've never seen someone so lucky.
Yeah, I think we're tied right now. Maybe.
No, you're up to.
Yeah, probably. Oh, that's how you see the scorecard. Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Dude, the magnet made me miss, bro. What the crap? A negative leap second, bro.
A negative leap second?
Yeah, I talking about adding a negative leap second to fix the problem.
Nice. Nice. Wait, what? Dude, my power up's broken. No! You dick! God damn it. Oh my god.
Miss it, miss it, miss it, miss it,
Maybe.
miss it. How dare you?
I still would have been up by one.
Yeah.
Because I'm a G.
I had to let you win a couple so you feel good, you know, it's all good.
Oh no, I felt good before. I've been feeling good, dude. That's what they don't know about me.
You think that Andrew Tate dies or?
Like Epstein? Yeah, dies like Epstein. Okay, okay. Fuck with that. Nice.
He does seem to be stirring up a lot of things.
What do you know about Andrew? Just curious.
Oh, not much. I've just seen a couple of shorts here and there. That's about it.
Pretty entertaining though, right?
Been looking at his shorts, have you? Oh no! Oh man! Wait, what? Did you do that?
No. Wow, bro.
Dude, I'm getting blown. Are you blowing me?
No.
No, man. No, I'm losing. All right. Hold on tight, it says. Okay. Triggered. You okay? Okay. What's up? Got it. Hey, you want to know the secret?
What's up?
Use your scroll wheel.
Bro, I accidentally let go of the button, bro. I just got a shot and didn't even take a shot. That was so lame, dude.
All right. Well, I'm still one behind, but I think we could be tied now. Ah.
Bro, that's lame. You get a whole stroke because I accidentally let go of the button. It's gonna make me shoot again. It's making me shoot again.
Nice.
You get two super lucky on the next to last hole. How in the world is this even real?
Oh, no! Ah! Infuriating. Bro, I got robbed.
Dude, what?
Robbed.
You got so lucky to even be close.
Dude, I got like within a millimeter of the fucking hole. Would have been tied.
I quit.
You better.
Started winning.
Yeah, quit while you're ahead.
And keep
Because you
playing
get
while we-
smashed.
My bad.
Man, you didn't have to rage quit.
I didn't mean to.
Hey, does anyone here use Rumble like regularly? Yeah, I didn't think so. I wonder where this platform is going. you guys hear about Jordan Peterson possibly losing his license? Not that it matters, but
For doing what?
just being correct. I mean, he's in Canada, bro. They don't make any sense over there. So, you know why. He's getting canceled. Same reason why we lose our accounts or, YouTube or whatever.
I got you. Yeah, I just didn't know if it was like a particular incident.
No, unfortunately, he just, the review board doesn't like him. So I'm not sure if it's official or anything, but he was summoned, put it that way, to take correctional education, and also that he had to basically take an oath to uphold that education, that re-education program. He's being told he has to participate in a re-education program, and then he has to sign an oath for it or some shit. Like actual Nazi shit.
That's crazy.
I mean, he even like in the letter that he got, it's literally called a re-education program. You think that would ring some bells in these people's minds, but for as much as they like to call people Nazis, they're sure acting very Nazi. Well, sidereal rotation. Geo. Geo. Mr. Geo. Oh boy. Let's see. What's it? You here? Well,
1, 2.
3, 4.
I'm watching Lolita, the 97 version, for research. It's fucked.
How can you be in lockstep and still do a loop-de-loop? How can you be in lockstep and fly kamikaze straight to the ground? Is the earth going down with you or coming up at you? Like, which one is that? Lockstep. If you're in lockstep with the earth, how could you possibly gain elevation? Wouldn't make any sense. I'm in lockstep with sea level. And why would anybody keep falling for the shit they say when they haven't demonstrated lockstep? Sounds nice. How long does the cliff have to be to react? Lockstep. So if I get a cliff and it's like 10,000 miles tall, and it is the cliff water dirt edge of the earth, and I take a big scoop out of the side, is the plane going to scoop down now? Because I took a scoop out of the cliff? No, so clearly the plane does not follow the earth lockstep. It doesn't follow dips and hills and mountains and valleys. How much gas a plane would need if it was lockstep? It would have to go down and up with every dip. So if a little kid put a flag in his backyard, the plane would have to fly up and down according to that flag's space taken by gravity. So if today you had a hole in your yard 2 foot, the plane would have to dip down 2 foot. You put a barrel there, it would have to go up 8 foot. How in the fuck can you prove an airplane is in lockstep with any kind of dirt or water ever? How would you demonstrate that, Glovers? Just tell goofy stories, huh? Atlanteans, Atlanta, Atlanta, GA. Atlantis, Atlanta, Memphis, Atlantin, Tennessee. So you got Atlanta, you got Tennessee, you got Memphis. Those are in America. That's weird. Man, they're trying to sell the moon and Mars through cancer patients, babies, showing little bald-headed babies and saying we're going to get to the moon someday. That's some sad shit. What are you going to do when those babies get to the moon and they get worse cancer than they had here? We're going to make it to the moon and we're going to have so many babies that have cancer on the moon. Let me get this straight. Going to the moon stops cancer. It's good to know. And it said we're going to go to the moon someday. Are they hinting that we've never been there? Or is that where they send their top patients? So a drone can't fly out and drop down 1 foot. That's weird. 1 foot lower than the altitude it starts from above the water. So if you start at 2 foot, drop down 3. Who the fuck are you talking to? Do what? I heard somebody's voice. No, just all this commercial said we're going to go to the moon pretty soon, and they're going to cure cancer. It's like some commercial. I don't know. They're just trying to sell some shit, I guess. A drone should be able to fly out above the water and drop down with the water if the water drops and not get wet. So gravity will make the plane crash, but it'll keep it in lockstep. Huh.
I'm listening, demo.
What up?
G'day, Don. How are you? Hope you had a happy New Year.
Not yet.
No. Yeah. What's holding you back?
Somebody hit me head on in a wreck.
Somebody hit you what? Sorry?
Head on.
Oh, no.
Their
You
fault.
okay?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. I did demolition derbies for 6 years, mate. I think it's quite enjoyable having car accidents, but then again, it's very costly, and yes, it does. It's sort of
Oh,
hodgepodge.
on a in a demolition thing, that'd be different. Yeah, I'd like that. But if you're just trying to go to work, no, I don't want motherfuckers plowing into me.
Where were you? What were you doing? Like what
Just
speed?
going to drive to work. Just going to drive to work that morning. Mother asked me to come in, open and close, and so I'm off schedule. You know what I mean? Off routine, kind of. Whenever I'm off routine, that's when weird shit happens for me, really. Like, so mother's like, "Hey, come in early." I'm like, "Okay." I go in early. That's when the weird shit will happen.
Yeah, for sure. Can you explain more?
Do what?
Can you explain more?
Well, I'm just on the way, and I go in my lane. It's 4-lane road. I go off a side street. I'm going to turn. I'm all the way over, just getting ready to get straight. And all of a sudden, I see this car like going like right, left, right a little bit. I don't know, weird. And it's like in the middle, like on the middle lines. And I'm looking like, what the hell am I supposed to be doing now? So as soon as it's like coming towards me, then it turns. It like happens fast, but in slow motion, it's so fucking crazy. It happens so fast, but you could like adjust like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, then it happened, bam. You know what I mean? But there's not much I could do to get away from it because he was like, if I went to like go like left, like I was going to like take a left to get away from him, he went to come his right, which would be my left. Like we were like meeting each other, like like if we're going in the snow at each other down the road, and I'm like fishtailing and you're fishtailing. This is an example. We weren't fishtailing or anything. It's regular. There was no snow or nothing. And we both turned like towards each other, like left, right, left, right, and then and then we hit. I was trying to turn away from him, but then like I didn't want to go across the center line like he did or whatever. You know what I mean? I didn't know what the fuck I was gonna do. I just wanted to get away from his car, so I
What
went
speed were
left.
you?
Huh?
What speed were you doing?
Me? I was just coming from a side street. I was going 0 to 15, 0 to 20. Yeah, I'm just trying to line up on the road, like you're supposed to, pulling out. And the dude had to be going so fast because the road was clear. There was no cars nowhere. I pulled out, accordingly. Went to like straighten my car up, and then I just seen him coming straight as I'm straightening my car up. He's like doing weird shit. Looked like he's like fishtailing, or I don't know, not really fishtailing, but just like you could see he was like trying to regain his car. Like maybe he put on the brakes and it slid left or right a little bit. Your car like slide just a hair, right? Maybe
Okay,
like
was there ice or snow on the road?
No. I think he's just going so fast. When he went to slam on the brakes, his car slid a little bit. See what I'm saying? Like his tire slid. Yeah, because he had to be going like 80 to 100.
Okay.
So like, yeah, he either tapped the brakes and tried to do that, and it didn't work because it's like he slowed down for a second, and like he was going to maneuver away, and I was going to be able to maneuver out of his way too. And then at the last second, he J-hooked from the far lane all the way over to my lane, hit me, went up on the sidewalk, knocked down a pole, knocked down another pole. I was like, what the fuck? I mean, basically just, no, he hit the front of my car with the front of his car. Yeah. Weird, man.
Both couldn't drive away.
Oh, no, I could drive away. He didn't set off any of my airbags. But like, you never know at that point you're like distraught anyway. So even if you were kind of fucked up, you don't really do anything at that second. Most of the time, people don't think about it. you know, because of what just happened. They're like, fuck, my car, my shit, I gotta go to work, you know, all the stuff that's going on.
Did you get any photos?
Any what?
Any photographs?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got photographs of mine. I should have got photographs of his because, like I said, like at the last second, I like just jerked my wheel to the left to like try to not like for him to not hit me as much as I could. And he just like cracked everything off the front of my shit. All the plastic, all, you know, one turn signal, one piece of a headlight, piece of a sensor, and that was it basically, you know.
Are you insured?
Yeah, of course. Hell yeah.
So, inconvenience, and I'm glad you're not hurt, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
the hassle is 2 months without a fucking car while they're fixing it, or a month, how long as it takes them, which is crazy. Way too long.
There's no convenient time to have an accident, that's for sure, Devils.
No, not to have it. I'm saying to have my car fixed afterwards.
Yeah. No, I got you. There's no convenient time to have an accident. You know, it's never convenient to have an accident.
Right. No, yeah, you're right. I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, but that's what I'm out of, really. Like if I'm not too bad, you know, and you know, now I gotta pay fucking cab every day to get to work because my car's not there. Like, what the fuck?
You insured? Were you fully insured? Because here in Australia we get like a service car or a courtesy car.
Well, America, there is no courtesy.
Oh, wow.
You can be fully insured, but you have to be fully insured and you have to get stipulated shit and pay extra. I used to, but after 15 years of doing it and never ever having a problem or a wreck or anything, it kind of got old, me paying thousands out for no reason. I was basically paying enough for a car and not needing to pay that much. So they also lower your deductible too. Like I was like, I'll take $1,000 that way they can't rate, you know, they don't raise your rates if you have $1,000 deductible. But then they were like, no, all you need is $500. I'm like, what the fuck?
Is that your
They
excess?
talk you out of it. To what?
Did you have to pay $1,000 excess to?
No, I would have. No, only 500. But when you do 500, they'll raise your rates, even though it's not your fault, even though you did nothing wrong. Your car can be parked in your driveway, and somebody come and drop kick your car door, and you report it. It raises your rate like you got it, like you did something wrong. Like how, in that situation, like what the fuck? How can you raise I wasn't even driving the car. I can't help that fucking nature happened. Like we're in a world here, man. The reason to have insurance is in case something happens. So why would it be my fault if something happens? I don't get it. And when it's mandatory to have, right? If it's not mandatory to have, okay, you know. But if they make you have it, state should make it at one price. Yeah, go ahead.
Decent car, Don?
Do what?
Is it a decent car?
Well, yeah, brand new.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 2021, 2022, one of the fucking years.
Sorry to hear that, man. Look, was he sober? Was he clean?
I don't know. I used to know him a long time ago, but I ain't talked to that. But weirdly enough, but I ain't talked to the dude in like fucking 10, 15 years. But I mean, he wasn't a bad dude or nothing. Not a bad kid or nothing. I think he just made the wrong mistake and doesn't know how to drive. I think instead of him putting on his brakes and just when his car acted like it was gonna be weird or something, just let off and put his brakes again and try to like go left, right, you know, just with your hands, you know, with your wheel. Kind of if you're in the snow, you want to turn right a hair if you're gonna go left. You want to turn left a hair if you want to go right. Kind of like fight with your wheel to keep it straight, even though you felt it was going to slide. Just keep in your lane, because if you're going to my ass end and my ass end isn't moving in your way, it's moving out of your way, chances are you're going to miss me and I'm going to miss you. Like a car is driving by, going across a side road as you're going straight. So you don't T-bone them. You put on the brakes and they speed up. Like they see you, to dodge you, you dodge them. Like that's how it should have went. But when I went to dodge him, he blazed the shit out. He just went all the way across the street and hit me. Like he was thinking, go in front of me and beat me, race around me to get around me, race in front of me and around me. That's what he was trying to do, which just doesn't make any sense.
Doc Hudson in the movie Cars said you got to turn right to turn left if you're going fast enough. So yeah, no, I get where you're coming from.
Right. And plus, if you're ever going to get into a wreck and the person's vehicle is going a direction, go the other fucking way. So where the driver's headed to not get into this wreck, if you can, go to the ass end. If the car's coming and you see the ass end whip your way, the ass end's going to be moving away at a rate. Young drivers don't realize this. If the chances, like if you see it, if you're going to T-bone somebody or something like that, don't try to cut them off in front of their car unless they fucking stop. If they stop completely like, then yeah. But if they don't, if they're going, never go in front of them. It's like it's like walking in front of a moving car when you're a kid. You can't do it. Or walking behind a car that's getting ready to reverse. You don't want to do that. You don't put yourself where the motion's at. You put yourself when the motion's going to be dissipated behind the car. You never turn in front of the car. You turn behind the car if you can. If you can. And it always depends on the situation. But yeah.
And Demo, I
It's
think
just,
you're awesome, man. Hey, thank you for every thought as well.
yeah.
Yeah. it's that simple, man. You're awesome. You've got nothing but love to give, and a lot of people don't realize that. It's quite nice to hear. You flow quite nicely, even by yourself.
Thanks. No, but the dude was all right, but his car was messed up. I seen his tires folded under, and I was like, "Are you all right?" He's like, "Nah, I don't really know how to drive that well. I'm new." I was like, "It's not a big deal, man. I'm alive. You're alive. And that's what insurance is for and shit." But the only thing that's weird, yeah, the only thing is, huh?
Did he offer to pay your excess? Because that would be the polite thing to do.
I'm pretty sure he will. He would. Yeah. Pretty sure he would. Which would be, like I said, 40 days of gas to work and back, probably $25 a day for gas. At least 10 there, 10 back at least. You know what I mean? In my calculations. So, yeah.
So
I mean, nothing crazy. 150 for a tow. Yeah, it wouldn't be crazy.
Get to work?
Go ahead.
Are you okay to get to work, or did you hire a car?
Oh, I gotta pay $10 to get to work.
Every day.
$10 to get home. Yeah. Every day that I go, yeah. Well, see, that one day that I couldn't make it, yeah, my boss was like, "You're okay. I'll just give you pay for that day since you got into an accident."
Oh, well done.
I appreciate that.
What do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking, Demo?
Nothing special.
Nothing special. As little as possible. I'm working hard at
Well,
hardly.
I'm just saying, like, it's nothing like anybody would say I'm like saving lives or anything. I just do. I do dishes. I do dishes.
So where does that limit start?
Where's what?
Cleaning toilets saves lives. Where does that limit start?
Hold on, I can't hear you that well. It's kind of like you're talking a little bit too close to your mic and breaking yourself up just a hair. Like you're not breaking up, but you're like.
Is that better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a new mic, so I've got no idea how it works because I don't talk very often. So
it's loud. It's loud. It's good.
Is that better?
Denmark,
Yeah.
go on mute when you're not talking, Denmark. You got mad background noise.
Oh, that might be it too. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, you definitely got a television on in the background there, don't we? I'm glad you're all right. Happy New Year to everybody in the server and everybody who counts. I hope you all have a beautiful, pleasant year and it flows as well as it should.
Helium plum for the win. Supposedly old maps and stuff found under America. Would it be funny if temperature followed people and like rendered like a video game? That would be some crazy shit.
Where's the setting where you mute Discord? Because I'm trying to listen to a YouTube video, but I want to get this room popping, but I don't want to hear you rambling on about nonsense bullshit. Do you know where it is, Demok?
Where what is?
The deafen button on an iPhone. I can't find it. I've never had to use it before this.
You in the view with the squares, Jeremy?
Yeah, I can see the squares.
So on the iPhone, you slide up from the bottom. You tap it.
Slide
and
the
then,
little line up.
Yeah.
That's it.
Just above your speaker and your microphone icons, there's a little line. You slide up, you can go deafen and invite and noise suppressions all on it.
I got it. Good looking. Thank you.
No worries.
I don't have an iPhone. I got a piece of shit, but it seems to work the same way. His to Reich. Historic. That's a weird word. His to Reich. Historic. To stow away is to hide, right? His stow, his hidden Reich. That's pretty weird, right? So if you have his not stow Reich, it would be his told Reich, not stow Reich. So instead of keeping it from you, you know what I mean, they could have told us about it. They didn't tell us about the Reichs. Three of them to be exact. If I'm like I'm on my fourth cupcake, I don't mean that's my first cupcake and it's never happened before. I mean I know about cupcakes and I'm having my fourth one. So if they say Fourth Reich, is that like their first cupcake of a Reich? Are actions tied to you? Or were you tied to actions?
What's it? You there? Odysee, you there?
All right, save us from the ramblings of Rumpus over on Gems. Some flat earther come in and bail us out. Is it really this quiet in here, or am I screwed up? Mic check, mic check. Anybody here named Mike?
What's up, Mike?
Oh, thank you.
What's popping?
Nothing much. I was trying to steal a flat earther and come over and do battle with Rumpus over on Gems because it's so quiet over here. Figured somebody might want to join in and beat him up. I think we got like Rumpus and Farmer's Boy just having a love fest.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there these days.
Captain Bullshit was given his walking papers.
What does that mean?
He was a mod over there, and he was a bit of a dick. So he used his mods like his own little thiefdom. And I think I don't know what the cause of the final blow was, but looked like he finally pissed Gem off. He goes all the way back to the beginnings of Gem server and before.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever talked with him.
Captain Bullshit is always muted. He only talks in text.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I like have a voice in my head for him.
Yeah, we always came to blows, so it was a very happy day for me. So, anything happening in your world over here? Anything exciting? New tests? New evidence? New disevidence of the globe?
Yeah, there's always new stuff, but
Oops, anything exciting? Looks like they're starting to drop some more video out from Artemis.
it's all just kind of boring to me, the whole globe thing.
So
I mean, I'm not saying the discussion of the Earth not being a globe. I'm saying like the pro globe stuff is just it just
overwhelming.
Yeah, very uninspiring.
Overwhelming and devastating. Most people would call undeniable.
We can agree it's a prison. Being religious to shapes.
A prison? That's an interesting phrase. Why prison? That we can't leave it?
More like it's ruled by people we don't like, and we're stuck in our general areas. Not that we can't leave Earth, but also that is really hard too.
I do like the concept of if one could travel at the speed of light, that the experience of time goes away, and this is verified by evidence. Don't know if it carries true all the way up to the speed of light, but the time delay does increase with speed. And just to think that essentially, if you could achieve the speed of light, you could go anywhere and everywhere in the universe instantly.
The whole universe is a prison, did you say?
Well, in that case, I don't know. If you could go at the speed of light, it becomes one of these things where it's difficult even to express in human terms. But you could reach any point in the universe in less than a blink of an eye.
Yes, I think you could extend the situation of the Earth prison universally, because we haven't discovered much of it. Some seems barren and some seems spiritually evil. It's nice to look at from a distance, obviously. But yeah, maybe it's a universal prison.
Don, how can you be in a prison in a place you made?
Well, I didn't make it. I had to beg to get a council flat.
You just forgot. You just
from
forgot.
the Archon. I had to say, please, Mr. Archon, please house me.
You forgot you made it?
Oh, I'm agnostic about how Earth was made. I think it was made through nature.
Yeah, Moyak, I don't think it's possible to do what you said, reaching speeds or whatever.
Right. It's technically not, well, technically, it's theoretically not possible to achieve the speed of light. But at every speed you get that's closer and closer to it, that time delay or time diversion increases. Disparity between that and what we measure on the surface of the Earth.
I've experienced time dilation, but it didn't have to do with traveling fast in the tangible world.
Really? A fifth of Jack Daniels?
No, I was referring to more like DMT.
All right. Well, the same essential thing.
Well, I mean, DMT is a neurotransmitter in our brain, very similar to serotonin. So it's a human neurotransmitter.
You blast off through stuff pretty fast, right? That's the same as spacecraft. No, it's not really the same. It's just an analogy.
That's the real astronaut, being a psychonaut of your own brain, your own consciousness.
You take 3 pipes and the rocket ride leads you somewhere. Rocket ride.
it's like consciousness is primary. The physical world is actually an expression of consciousness, not the other way around. They've tried to convince us in the mainstream model that our brains are just a material thing that somehow result in consciousness, but I think it's actually the opposite. The consciousness is the transcendent, and our brain, bodies, souls all come out of that. So if that's primary, then
I don't know how you prove that.
Are you suggesting that the world doesn't exist but for our consciousness?
well, yeah, but I guess what's your definition of consciousness though in terms of that?
No, I don't know. That's it's one of those. I can't think of the word. Philosophical questions. But I suspect that if every single human being on Earth died tomorrow, the universe would still exist in much the state it was prior to our existence or after.
When you are conscious as a human, it seems to protrude. This feeling of being conscious protrudes from the middle of the head, right, which is where the brain is. So we can do some Occam's razor, leaps of faith. We can even poke it and prod it and test if that is partly to do with the consciousness. And then we can see that there is no baby crying, and as the brain grows, they start to cry, which is a sign of consciousness, maybe. So we can safely assume consciousness comes when a brain comes.
Yeah, but have an out of body experience, and then you realize it's not in your brain.
Yeah, well, it seems to be in our brain for most of the time in common experience.
Yeah, where does it feel? It's like in your head. You feel like your awareness
behind the eyes, in the middle, trying to work stuff out.
Pineal gland.
Yeah.
No.
Well, pineal gland is in the same general area, I believe.
I'm going to find out if people have had pineal gland ectomies. Essentially, have they ever had the pineal gland removed and you survive? And does it change anything?
Oh, yeah.
I think it changes your sleep patterns, that's for sure.
How would you even do that, though? You have to open the brain and, like, pull it out.
Yeah, well, you have a tumor or something, they go and they chop it out.
I bet it's happened, and I bet there is someone survived, maybe.
That's where you find out whether the pineal gland has any bearing on this concept of the third eye and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've never heard of anyone living without a pineal gland. I mean, as far as I would think that's absolutely foundational for human consciousness to even survive. Like DMT and melatonin are both made within the pineal gland. It's like they call it like the seat of the soul. So I'm not sure you could even exist without one, to be honest. But
well, apparently it is a real operation. Pineal gland is surgically procedure. Pineal glandectomy is a surgical procedure which removes the pineal gland. It is performed only in rare cases, so people have lived without it.
In CIA labs.
No, this is for medical reasons. And it's definitely not something you want to do on a regular.
They take you to the special room and say, "Look at this goon. We've taken the gland completely out. Got an hour to note down any abnormalities."
that's going to be the new medical procedure for the next event. They're going to, if they do another scamdemic event.
Yeah.
Just get your pineal removed. That's what you need.
Extra 10 years of life.
Well, the biggest risk, according to Doc, which I have no idea what the hell Doc is, but is damage to the brain in removing nearby tissues, excessive bleeding and infection. Aside from controlling a person's body clock, melatonin and to have some cancer prohibited properties. Thus, the study suggests that removal of the pineal gland increases incidence of certain types of cancer, breast cancer included. So apparently done enough that they got statistical numbers on it also. But it doesn't look like it's instrumental in people's functionality. Lack of sleep and stuff would be really annoying.
I mean,
Sounds
yeah,
terrible.
it must be linked to dreams, isn't it? If it affects your body clock.
They don't mention anything about dreaming or lack of dreaming. But this is a real short article. It's not in any way super descriptive. Of course, when they say that it causes cancer and stuff like that, it seems like it's only removed for cancer. So it seems like people who have cancer already have a higher incidence of cancer of the breast when it's removed.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that that's very definitive.
just irritated the cancer.
So what do you think, Don? You think the shape-shifting reptiles are dying or what?
Uh,
Have you ever thought that these people, evil people in control, are actually just gonna like crumble under their own kind of corruption, that we won't even have to do much?
I do think that's happening. I think progress happens on all fronts. So the rise of man is the fall of man, and the fall of man is the rise of man. It's just becoming more out in the open. I don't think it's slowed down or sped up. I'm looking back at Shirley Temple and Lolita stuff now, and Pizzagate's been going for decades and decades, probably forever. It's not even recent.
They just seem like kind of confused these days. Like they don't really know what to do. Seems like the whole scamdemic thing, they kind of got stopped in their tracks with that, and it's like they're like a little listless right now. Like, what are they doing?
Well, the pandemic has run its course for a large part, and now it's on to the next thing in life.
The next thing is anti-Semitism versus Semitism. Seems like.
Well, you really think that's going to be making a comeback anytime soon?
Well, it's just having waves with Kanye. I've been watching a lot of stuff about how Christianity is a Jewish psyop. If you think like, oh, psyops are bad and they control people's minds like flat Earth, 100,000 people got the wrong cosmology. Think about Christianity, 2,000 years. Billions of people got the wrong theology on purpose.
Now, as far as the Kanye thing, I think that's a big nothing burger. So you have a douchebag who lives out there.
It's black anti-Semitism. That's the new part of it.
But do you see it spreading anywhere? I mean, have you seen his words having resulted in anything useful, or is it like I said? I think it's a big nothing burger. It's, he exists. There are people like him exist, but they're not making progress.
Or any Jewish executive deals getting exposed. I haven't seen that, but I think it's made waves in freedom movement. That if you're brave enough, you can point the finger at Jewish people as well. But also, it does speak to the Christianity psyop. Christ is king, thinking that bullshit is just Judaism for the Gentiles. I think with the shape-shifting reptiles, yeah, they're sort of splitting into two camps. Some are going more underground. So their whole ring of perversion will be more occulted. And then the lower echelons are showing off and coming out of the woodwork more.
Okay, what what makes you think they even exist and that you can trend patterns in them?
Well,
because I don't see any evidence of them, so I'm just wondering what you're seeing.
Shape-shifting reptiles is just a term for evil elites that we don't see much, that have ideas on our bloodlines and our children and our money.
So you're not talking about shape-shifting reptiles, you're talking about bad people.
Yes, but I believe the bad people have supernatural qualities, some of them. Bloodlines of ancient aliens. Shape-shifting reptilians is just a term for it.
All right.
And the reason I believe they definitely exist is because humans seem to live in slavery, mind slavery. The main example would be Christianity. And politics, I guess, is the another example. Humans believing absolute nonsense.
I think that seems like a human condition thing. I mean, basically, you stick any group of 10 people together, they start seeing patterns and they start assigning it to some magical deity in the sky.
Yeah, I do think that happens naturally, but I think we should have evolved past it. And we haven't. I think that means we're being held back. So there's got to be a cause to our confusion, delusion, pain, and torture.
People, it gives them comfort, so it's hard to say that it would just disappear. It helps answer those uncomfortable questions like, what happens after we die?
Would you agree there's something wrong with us if we naturally need to believe in bullshit?
I find it really hard to say that there's something wrong with us. It's yes, ultimately, it'd be nice if we could be completely, absolutely rational beings. But I don't know if that's a practical request.
You could start wolves or gorillas. Do you think they believe in bullshit? They have to. They need to make stuff up in their head.
No,
we do.
no, I think that comes with higher reason. Actually, it's when you start looking to tomorrow and thinking beyond the absolute need of just going out to get your next piece of growth.
Yeah, when you start reasoning, you have to fill in the gaps, which is the making stuff up bit.
Right.
Let me think if there's another reason to believe in archons. Is I don't know how to express the slavery thing. If you say we're just destined and we have to believe in bullshit, that basically explains all the bad stuff that ever happens. But I think there must be more to it.
Right.
It can't just because we're dumb. Like why are other animals evolved to the apex or in certain areas? We've evolved. Like, obviously, we have our areas of apex, but we've evolved bigger brain, but we haven't come to an apex with our brain yet.
You're also talking about humanity as a whole. There's a large subset of people who are atheists. Some of them are irrational atheists, or irrational atheists, where they have absolute confidence in their belief. And then there's the ones who, just like me, who just, I'm not going to put myself above anybody, but I sit there and I just say, well, I haven't seen any evidence of it, so at this point, I reserve judgment, and I call myself an atheist because I don't believe there's a God. I think there's very humanistic reasons for the description that we see of God today.
Yours is just, it all started somewhere and you're not sure.
Yep.
I also believe that I think I call it God, and I include other things in it. I don't know if just us having time to sit down by a fire and reason is enough excuse why we would make up all of these demons and gods.
I mean, oh God,
Seems like we're remembering something.
You see this kind of stuff, like, I don't know, when you get a group of teenagers in an old haunted house, they start hearing things and seeing things. When I'm walking in the pitch black in my mother's house, because it's a starless night, and I'm walking a quarter mile down my street, I get a very uncomfortable feeling, because, well, shit, there's bears and shit around, and I start imagining sounds into being malevolent.
But there's a difference, because in that situation, you're thinking about a real predator that could be there.
Right.
You haven't gone that far to think, because I don't know how everything started or why.
Right, it's a demon.
Yeah. But maybe that's just extra time around the fire on drugs, and you'd eventually come to filling all the gaps in with stories.
Right. I also have the benefit of other logical people who, as far as I consider logically, explain things to me. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I don't see any reason that has to exist. Going all the way back to the Big Bang, I think, is where people try and force me into a belief in God. And I'm still very happy with the I don't know. I don't like it. I don't know to have an answer, but I'm not going to insert an answer.
It's definitely the most rational position. It's very frustrating. Like, I was just talking to Right the Hand in the text, and he's taken the I don't know to everything in his whole life, except the things he decides he wants to know in the moment.
Right.
What about the evidence, like the old stone carvings of big giant people next to normal people?
I don't know.
There's two explanations. Either there was some taller humanoid aliens that were here once, or there was some taller humans that aren't aliens that were here once, or we were deluded just drawing pictures.
I imagine the imagination of a super being, a giant, a monster who could think and reason and be of extraordinary powers would seem like a possible thing that you would just come up with in your mind.
If that's so likely, how come you haven't done that?
I don't know. I'm also a what do you call it? I have a lot of societal pressures on me in life, so just for me to come and believe that, I'd have to overcome all those societal pressures.
Yes, because it's controversial now to believe such stuff.
Absolutely.
To me, I've thought this over a lot, and us just making it up, explain it. There's too many references to other beings all over the world from as far back as stories go.
I mean, I would think that, one thing you would have, and this is, evident in, what we see of contemporary people like the past 200-300 years. You would have a condition where stories get added to over time. So there was a really fucking big badass warrior on the other guy's team, and he was able to kill 10 guys. He's 8'6", perfectly formed, massive muscle, and he was a great warrior.
A giant.
And now that gets told, and yeah, he was 9'6". Oh, he was 10 foot. He was 20. The guy was like 100 feet tall.
And then because everyone on the battlefield spotted him, it turns into multiple of them were there.
Right.
No, there's too many pictures. Story.
Do you think that things like cyclopses existed? Because those were invented, and do you think that there was a physical being with one eye that was like 20 feet tall, 30 feet tall, or greater?
No, I don't really.
And yet a whole culture believes in those.
You believe in dinosaurs, right? Those huge, big-brained reptiles, taller than humans, running around, screaming.
I don't know about big brained. I think that they're usually considered to be relatively small brained.
I mean, bigger than a cow or whatever.
I really don't know the physical size of T-Rex's brain. There is a certain amount of requirement, like brain size does follow animal size to some extent, but a lot of that's for control of the body. So I don't know if they would have been intelligent.
Intelligent predators that are the stuff of human nightmares. You actually believe existed.
I don't know. I've never seen any evidence of that.
No, you believe dinosaurs existed, and some of them were
I believe that they existed. I don't believe they were intelligent necessarily.
What's they're intelligent? In the movies, they're intelligent predators. They hunt in packs, open doors.
Oh yeah, wolf-like. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So I'm saying super predators like wolves, but huge and reptilian. Some of them existed.
Yeah, fucking A, yeah.
I believe monsters have existed on Earth. So I'm thinking maybe there was a line of monsters that were humanoid, but just as weird as dinosaurs, as in alien, different to human.
Well, there's also a certain limitation on that. Like if they were humanoid, 2 legs, 2 arms, stand upright, there are some physical limitations on cardiovascular system and stuff like that I think limit it to, we didn't have anything that was 50 feet tall. There was never, like that. 8, 10, 12 feet, maybe.
Yeah, 12 feet, humanoid, cold-blooded monster isn't that far off from believing in old humans and dinosaurs. Just across. Maybe it was dragon humanoids at the beginning of humans and after dinosaurs. And that's why everyone worships archons.
Now, if you look at the intellect of birds, some birds with those tiny little pea brains, some of them are really smart, like ravens and shit like that. So scale that up to the size of a velociraptor or something like that, and that would be a scary creature.
Yeah. And they're nearly a humanoid in the movies. They stand up, they run around, they scream at each other, they talk, got facial expressions.
Yeah, I have no idea though, what they were like. I mean, I can't even tell you if they were pack animals. I think that's agreed to by the talking heads on the paleo side.
I think they debate everything, don't they? That group.
Yeah. But I don't know how you would decide that. It's like, okay, they could have been solitary creatures, 3 feet tall, 6 feet tall. Don't know. All I can tell you is that they almost certainly existed. There was a creature with a big ass toe claw that ran around and had sharp teeth.
Have you seen Avatar 2 yet?
Yes, I have.
There's some big monsters in that, isn't
Oh, yeah.
there? And humans are unstoppable. I know we're much further along in the timeline, in the future or whatever, but we're taking on monsters, winning a lot of the time.
Are you talking in the movies?
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta say though that the indigenous people of whatever the hell name Avatar's planet, they're gonna lose. Sorry. Without technology, they lose in the end. And it's funny when you saw the rocket ships coming and landing, they were destroying like thousands and millions of acres of forest just with their engines as they landed, killing millions of animals. Like that was just the process of landing the ships.
In the movie.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I would like to see more about what the adrenochrome from the big monster whales does.
They said it stops aging. That's I think was the claim.
Yeah. That would allow more space travel, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I have no idea how far away. What the hell is the name of the planet? Okay, Avatar planet.
Endor.
It takes like 9 years to get there. So we pretty much mastered space by that time because that's to another star system, definitely.
If you get to 30 and you're in your prime, then you take one vial of that whale shit. Then you can be immortal and fly around forever.
Yeah. But how long would you want to be on a ship flying around?
Yeah, I thought about that before. I used to be obsessed with vampires, and I was thinking I would love more than 70 years. But I know it would get super boring, and it becomes a paradox, wouldn't it, if you lived forever?
Oh, God. I can't think of a more horrific thing than living forever. At least not under my current condition, my current brain and everything. That would be the worst possible torture ever.
Because, yeah, you're not feeling any growth, are you? It's like you're stuck in time and everyone dies around you.
I mean, even with, when I look at my young self and my current 56-year-old self, and I think about it, it's like, I can see where a lot of stuff has become humdrum. I'm still enjoying myself, but it's not the same kind of enjoyment I got in my teens and 20s. Yeah, I think I could. Yeah, if I could stay in my 30s for 200 years, that would probably be about my max that I'd want.
If I stop arguing for actual supernatural archon, it could just be bad people that have been inbreeding to stay on track with their ideology. And that's why we're enslaved. And that's easy to find their patterns because you just look at all the pain and hurt. Then you find the evil that did it. And there you go. That's the enslavers on display.
Who's the last person you think had inbreeding, like in this community, like that you have evidence that there's inbreeding? Like it seems like that went out with the kings. There wasn't a whole lot of desire to keep the family lines the same way as they used to.
Yeah, it's probably slowed down on the surface. And the stuff that's still inbred, they hide now.
I mean, even,
But
what would be their motivation? Because inbreeding has some deleterious effects. So there's no benefit to inbreeding.
It doesn't just have to be with your own blood, like close family. It's just within your cult, within your structure. So you find another family who's got the same ideology, then you crossbreed families.
Okay.
The point is that you keep the power. Then the only people that can stop you is Freemasons, and all you have to do to make them shake hands is patch them inappropriately.
Where's the conversation? Then we got all these people on a phone call and nobody wants to talk. Do we think that AC and Tesla was actually a bad thing all along, and they tried to hide it from us because it was deadly, and instead we took it the opposite way? Hello. So this is what we do now? Just sit silently in VC? That's why the flat Earth movement don't go nowhere. You know? In 5 years' time, most of you all are just gonna be globers again. Shit's fugazi. Like y'all ain't serious. See shit like this, man. And then when I start humming to myself, because nobody's talking, I end up getting muted. Like, what the fuck?
Hum better.
Bro, my humming is immaculate.
Do what?
My humming is immaculate.
It's not good enough. You got to pick a better song.
Find me a song then.
Oh well, here I'll relate a story from last night.
Mm-hmm.
So we were. I don't remember what the guy's name was. Hold on. So we were discussing on the other server southern fly routes last night, and this guy named Salty Sergeant, I'm assuming it's a guy, puts in a link to the chat about a video that shows where the direct flight routes basically don't exist. You know, he shows an example of Perth to Johannesburg, and it says, you know, if you go direct, it takes this path and it's this long, but all the flights go up to India or somewhere, you know, Saudi Arabia, and refuel and then go down to Perth. And then it shows a second little example where Santiago to Sydney, they all go further north, refuel, and then go down south. And I showed the guy a couple of, you know, links off of FlightAware where there's direct flights. You know, this video, and I think during the pandemic, there were a lot of that going on. So many flights were canceled. There was a lot less direct flights. So I kind of gave whoever made that video the benefit of the doubt. There may not have been direct flights before. There are now. So the guy kind of goes off on the normal flat Earth tangent of the you know, how do we know the distance? How do we know the flight route? You know, can we verify those flights exist? Blah blah blah. I mean, I'm like, you know, here's the tracker, here's the distance, here's the airspeed or ground speed, whatever. Here's the speed, here's the route it takes. You know, here's the evidence. This flight flew, you know, 5 times in the last 10 days or whatever. And of course, there's still the normal, what do we know? You know, how do we know that's all true? Well, blah, blah, blah. And so then he goes into, this is the funny part. he comes up with this example where I weigh 200 pounds. It takes me 4 seconds to accelerate, to flap my arms and accelerate to 100 miles an hour. What is my average speed of acceleration? That's the way he frames it. Speed of acceleration. And that's his sentence. That's his question right there. I weigh 200 pounds. I flap my arms and accelerate to 100 miles per hour in 4 seconds. What's my average speed of acceleration? And of course, there's that's the way he phrases the question. And this is a little bit of a strange segue. I don't really know where he's going with this. So then, literally, we spend 30 minutes trying to, because nobody understands this question. Speed of acceleration is a kind of a nonsense term.
It's a flat Earth term, man. I've heard a lot of them say that. I don't even know what it means.
Well, there's 2 or 3 other globers in there, and we're trying to tell them there's either speed / velocity or there's acceleration. But the speed of acceleration is not a thing. And we're trying to tell them, you have distance over time, or you have for speed, or you have distance over time squared for acceleration. And we don't know what you want. And he gets real defensive. He's like, oh, I didn't know I'd be here with all these math whizzes. And I'm like, your question is confusing. We don't know what you want. 30 minutes later, by the way, he finally sees an answer he likes. 25, somebody put in there 25 miles per hour per second. I'm not sure how they got that. I don't think that's the right answer. That's the answer he wanted to see. Which is still a weird answer anyway. But anyway, my point is, he finally gets an answer he wants to see. I'm still not sure he understands the difference between acceleration and speed. And so I'm waiting for where he's going with this. And his end point is, after that whole flight route argument, is I can make up numbers that where the math is true, but it doesn't represent reality because I can still not fly. And I have to say, I'm so disappointed in the final. Talk about a deflating point to the whole 30-minute discussion. I was just totally disappointed.
Yeah, that's some typical flat Earth nonsense. They love doing shit like that.
It was just. It's like totally anticlimactic. The entire thing is complete nonsense. And we spent 30 minutes trying to educate him, explain the difference. And again, I'm still not sure he understood, but at least he finally saw an answer that he was, that he accepted. And, it was funny how defensive he got in terms of, we're trying to help you make things clear. Some of them were saying, well, it's not clear. Are you starting from zero? There's not enough information. And I'm like, you can kind of assume that based on the question, but it just, the terminology just was weird. And the other thing that I asked him is, why did you include the weight in there? That has nothing to do with any of that stuff. And basically his whole point was, I weigh 200 pounds. I can't fly by flapping my arms. And that's kind of where he went with that whole. And I'm like, I can't believe I wasted 30 minutes of my life going through all that.
Yeah, bro. Flat Earthers are stupid, man. Like,
yeah,
they don't even know how to formulate proper questions. Like I mean, he didn't even care what the answer was, what the figure was. He just wanted any random figure so that he could tell you he's too heavy to fly. It's fucking dumb, you know, and it's like it's getting annoying. You would have hoped after all this time having these debates with us, they would have tried to be better. But it's 2023. They can't math. They can't form logical arguments. Like it's just they all fucking stupid, you know. I
Well,
swear to God.
this whole argument, it wasn't even in voice chat; it was in text chat. So I mean, you can literally read the entire thing between about
Which server was it?
Cosmolet Toteria, whatever. So you can read the entire thing in text chat from about midnight to 1 a.m. Central Time last night. And I mean, it's just like I said, he got called a few choice names and all that, but it was just, I mean, it's just like, what was the point of all of that? And he was making some point about math not representing reality. I'm like, that's wow.
Like they really know how to waste fucking time. It's despicable, man.
I mean, at the end of it, I'm like, man, I could have gone to bed 30 minutes or an hour earlier and not missed a damn thing.
Exactly, man. I fully understand why Rumpus talks to them the way he does, because it's pointless, you know. Listening to what they gotta say, you might as well just shout over them. I swear to God.
I mean, when he first, we're talking about the flight routes, and he's like, well, how do we know any of that stuff is true? And I'm like, I mean, how do we know? I mean, you can go, and there's a guy that used to be in here, and actually I saw him last night because I confirmed with him. His name is Globus. He's a Australian flat earther, but he was on this not the Johannesburg. He's on the other one, the Sydney to Santiago flight. I think way back in the 90s, and he was a kid, 10 years old or whatever. But he remembers being on the flight, and he's like, I was on that flight. It's a real flight. It was a direct flight. We didn't stop anywhere. And,
But I bet what they'll do is they'll turn around and try and insinuate he's not a real flat earther, or he must have been confused. You know, what proof does he have?
Well, that was, I remember the discussion. His name is Globus, by the way. He was here because I'm like, I DM'd him. I'm like, I think you're the one that made these claims, and he was. So I'm just like, I think it was you. I just want to make sure I had the right person. But the whole conversation with that guy was 6 or 8 months ago, and Lemonbird was in the chat, and we were discussing them. And at first, Lemonberg is like, they don't exist. Nobody's ever been on them. You can't book them. You try to book them, and they don't actually go anywhere. And, that might have been true in the pandemic. Like I said, lots of flights were canceled. But the flights were there before it, and they're back now. And, this guy came in and said, I'm from Australia. I've been on this flight. And as Australians, we think it's funny that North Americans deny these flights exist. These are flights that Australians on commonly. We know they exist. So it's kind of silly to say they don't exist. But he was still a flat earther, which I find kind of strange.
And what was the flat Earth response to that? Like, what did Lemonbird say?
I'm going to look into it. I mean, his whole first, because I mean, we hammered the guy with a bunch of questions about how long did it take? Does he know the route? And I mean, like I said, he's like, well, I mean, it was the 90s, I think the earlier mid 90s. I don't remember much. I was 10 years old or however, he's a kid. But I just remember being on the flight and it was nonstop.
Yeah. At least he's honest, man. Globus is one of the good flat earthers. The rest of them, they just lies, and most of them are stupid. But anywho, I gotta get going, man. But I'll be back a bit later.
Okay. See ya.
Peace out.
What's going on? No one talking? Yo, what's up? Yeah, what's it left? Trying to talk to him about that Michael Morley thing. Definitely, they definitely didn't measure the contraction, the Michael Morley thing that relativity says is there. You can't measure it in the rest frame where you were. Which makes sense because relativity says it's going to be moving different depending on where you're looking at it from. So it can't actually be contracting. Otherwise, it would have to be contracting a certain amount for the sun, a certain amount for an airplane going by, a certain amount for a spaceship going by, a certain amount for Pluto, a certain amount if you're on Halley's Comet. Definitely can't be contracting different amounts and at the same time. Duh.
Hey, Jeremy.
What's up?
As a scientist, have you made any new scientific discoveries lately?
No, I don't do science, dude.
Wait, I'm confused. Every time I talk to you, you say, I'm a scientist. So now you're saying you're not a scientist.
According to you, I'm a scientist.
So according to you, yourself, are you a scientist?
What's going on, Shemesis? You just getting out of the closet?
I'm a closeted scientist. Maybe Jeremy is a closeted scientist.
Do science. I don't do real science.
Now that I would agree with.
You were saying the other day it's real science.
I mean, it's, again, according to the way I was describing it, I can see it being described as science. I mean, you're collecting data, you're passing it to your supervisor. There's a purpose to it. I mean, to me, that kind of fits the narrative of science. Now, is it scientific in the sense that it's going to change humanity or give us an invention or change the laws of science, physics? No.
I have figured out just from listening to people that this Michelson-Morley thing, definitely not going to be measuring the contraction on Earth. It doesn't contract. Not according to relativity. It can't contract inside the rest frame.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck Whitsid's been talking about for the past week on this shit. He had me thinking something different. He had me thinking it actually contracted, and that's what they were measuring during the Michelson-Morley thing.
It doesn't contract in your frame of reference. Contracted from the outside frame of reference.
Yeah, it can't contract from your frame of reference in the rest frame because it's contracting different amounts depending on how fast you're moving.
Right.
So it can't be actually contracting different amounts at the same time.
But now other people can see an apparent different contraction from outside your frame of reference.
Who cares what they see? It's not actually happening.
Right. But I'm just saying from within the rest frame or whatever, don't see anything.
It had me all fucking gassed up because he said they were measuring the contraction from the sun's rest frame or something in the experiment, and that's why we didn't get the difference in time.
So I found another experiment. I have to find it. Hold on, let me try to find it. There's another one that is related to it that I thought was kind of. I mean, I've never even heard of this other one, but basically where the Michelson-Morley experiment used two different an interferometer with two different arms that were the same length. This other experiment basically did the same thing, but it used different arms of different lengths. And it is interesting how that actually changed what the experiment demonstrates.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
I don't know. My whole thing with this is that they definitely didn't measure the contraction in relativity. That's all I know from what I've heard of everyone talking over the past. I mean, they couldn't have. It's not possible because it doesn't contract in relativity.
So it's called the Kennedy-Thorndike experiment. And it was done in, I don't know, when was the Michelson-Morley was like 1880s or something like that, I think. This one was done in 1932. And it basically, like I said, it takes the Michelson-Morley and just changes the length of one of the arms and makes the length of the arms variable as opposed to the same length. And so the Michelson-Morley showed that the speed of light was independent of the orientation, and the Kennedy-Thorndike experiment showed that the speed of light is also independent of the velocity of the apparatus in a different rest frame, because the arms are different lengths. Basically, they're moving at different speeds in a circle.
I mean, best thing I can get out of this is if Michelson-Morley said that's what they were measuring was the contraction from the sun's rest frame, then they didn't know relativity, or relativity wasn't even out yet. Oh, they definitely weren't measuring the contraction of relativity. That's all I know from this. Where's that?
Here's the last sentence, or here's another sentence. This test, the Kennedy-Thorndike, served as a way to indirectly verify time dilation. While the negative test result of Michelson-Morley can be explained by length contraction alone, the negative test result. Hold on. Let me just finish the sentence. The negative test result for the Kennedy-Thorndike experiment requires time dilation in addition to length contraction to explain why there's no phase shift detected when the Earth moves around the sun.
Okay. First of all, how is Michelson-Morley explained by length contraction?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, nobody knows because they couldn't have measured it in their rest frame. We just went through this. It's not explained by length contraction. They couldn't have measured it because it's contracting different for if you're in a rocket going by, if you're on Pluto going by, Halley's Comet, the sun, whatever, it's contracting different amounts. It doesn't actually contract. It can't actually contract different amounts at the same time. Fucking stupid.
I think it's an apparent.
You think it's a what?
Apparent rather than actual, kind of like the horizon.
Yeah, it's not actually contracting in our rest frame, which means on Earth, the people doing this experiment couldn't have measured any contraction because it's not actually contracting. It's just apparent what you view from other places.
Got that, Stremmy?
Hold on. I'm in the middle of something.
Definitely not going to be measuring any kind of contraction on Earth. Because you would be measuring different amounts at the same time, which would be weird.
I mean, again, I'm not even thinking about it, but just off the top of my head, if I thinking about this, it's not that the Michelson-Morley experiment, it's the outside rest frame that doesn't see the length contraction. It's not, if you're basically, this Michelson-Morley is a, interferometer. And if you're within the interferometer, so to speak, you wouldn't see the length contraction. But outside of it is where you would see that.
Because you're moving at a different rate than the light?
Right.
How much contraction was it from what?
I don't know. Like I said, I mean, I didn't even think about it, but I'm just thinking of the two different rest frames. There's a rest frame of the experiment, and then those watching the experiment.
Yeah, and what would make the thing contract?
What do you mean? What would make it contract?
What would make this tube or this experiment thing contract?
Like I said, I'm not really thinking about it that much. I'm kind of in the middle of something.
I don't know. The way Whitsitt posed it to me one day was the Michelson-Morley thing just happened to contract just as much as the sun was going around Earth. Which is why we couldn't which is why we couldn't detect the sun going around Earth, because of the contraction that we measured here on Earth.
What I would suggest is the best thing to do is to talk to Whitsitt and get clarification from him.
No, that's just their ad hoc explanation. It's not actually measured. It's
Well,
never measured.
His whole idea is Whitsitt was explaining something, and he's not clear what Whitsitt was explaining.
No, but they couldn't have measured the contraction, or I don't know from what Extremistus just said, but from relativity they couldn't have measured the contraction because it would be contracting different amounts. Unless that was the amount they measured it contracting by them viewing it. I don't know. That's why I've never gotten into this Michelson-Morley thing. It's complicated. Should we have been able to measure the orbit of the sun in this Michelson-Morley thing? I don't know.
That is that's a question beyond my
at
understanding.
Can we even see the actual position of the sun accurately?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe. Maybe when it's 90. I don't know.
Right, Extremistus?
Well, that's their claim that you
Wherever we're
can't
seeing
because
the
it's
sun,
8
does it-
minutes. What's up?
I was asking Extremistus if that was accurate, that when we're looking at the sun, that it's only its apparent location, not its actual location.
I mean, what difference does it make?
Well, Jeremy just asked if we can measure the orbit of the sun, and I'm just saying.
I mean, if it's 8 minutes off, then it's 8 minutes off.
I think it was 7, but yeah, either
Whatever.
way.
Does that really change anything?
I mean, if you're measuring how something's traveling and you're only seeing, you're getting a delayed response of it. I mean, I don't know. It just seems kind of obscure.
But the thing is, if the delayed response is always consistent from our frame of reference, then from our frame of reference, for all practical purposes, it is accurate. Now, if you go outside of our frame of reference, then maybe you can, you might have some adjustments to make. But if it's always 8 minute delay or whatever, 7, then that's, I mean, if it's consistent and always the same, then for all practical purposes, it's accurate.
I don't know that it is consistent. I think it changes due to atmospheric conditions and your perspective at that particular location.
I mean, what are we talking about again?
Measuring the orbit of the sun.
The orbit of the Earth around the sun. Is that what you said? I mean, is that what you're talking about? When you say the orbit of the sun?
That's Jeremy.
The sun's moving around in a circle. We don't even know if we're orbiting the sun. This is supposed to show us which is which, right? This Michelson-Morley thing or not?
Oh, I see. Well, I thought the whole point of it was more to detect the ether. I mean, the thing is, the Michelson-Morley went in with the presupposition that the Earth was rotating around the sun. So that's not what it was trying to determine. It was trying to determine if there's ether and how that affects the speed of the light.
You could have that the other way around.
I mean, okay.
I don't care what the purpose of stuff is. Just like you guys use Cavendish. He wasn't trying to see if mass attracted mass, right? That wasn't the purpose of that. Doesn't matter what you go in to do things with the purpose of. You come out knowing things.
I mean, you're always talking about the experiment and the variables, and this is, everything has to be exactly this stuff. So if the purpose of the experiment was to determine the ether and how it affected the speed of light, and we already assumed, using that quote there, that the Earth rotates around the sun, then whatever, I mean, that has nothing to do with the experiment, Earth rotation. It's only about the detection of the ether and how it affects the speed of light, regardless of what.
That's fine, and I don't think the only way we can know things is by experiments. In fact, most of the shit we know is not from experiments. Do we have to find out that if the sun's orbiting or we're orbiting the sun strictly by an experiment? No, I don't even think that's possible with an experiment.
I mean, I don't know that the answer to that matters in terms of what this Michelson-Morley experiment was doing. I mean, does it, for purposes of this experiment, I don't know that it matters whether the sun was rotating, because the whole point of it is, if the ether exists, then at different points in the movement of the sun or the movement of the earth, it should be moving in a different direction. I mean,
they were looking for a moving. They were looking for a moving ether, not a static ether. Weren't? See, that's what I mean. They have all these movements presupposed where we're moving. The ether's not like they don't know what's presupposed that we were moving in the ether, and they were looking for a moving ether.
Again, like I said, you're probably better off. Asking Whitsitt. I don't want to speak for him.
Well, I know what they were doing. They were checking for a moving ether, right?
That's what I think they were doing, yes. But I don't know how. The thing is, I don't know. Whitsitt's a little bit hard to understand in how he interprets because to me, his interpretation is the number that they got, basically, the way they interpreted it was the ether's not moving, but because we know the sun is rotating, and this says there's no movement of the ether, therefore the ether doesn't exist. But in Whitsitt's interpretation is the Earth is stationary, and this sort of basically the number could be that the detection of the ether is just below the measurable error, basically. I think that's kind of how he interprets it. It just doesn't move enough to see it. I think that's how Whitsitt interprets it.
So what was the result? They didn't detect Earth rotation or the luminiferous ether rotation, right? There was no result.
They didn't detect a change in the speed of light based on direction. What I mean by that is, or I should say location, I guess. But anyway, they measured the speed of light basically on one side of the rotation of the Earth, on one side of the sun, and then they measured it on the other side, and then the whole apparatus kind of rotated. So at certain points, it would be kind of oriented one direction, and if there was a change in the speed of light in one direction, essentially, if the ether is sort of pushing the light along, there should be a change in the speed of light in one direction with respect to the location of the Earth around the sun. And that was not detected. There was no change in any orientation or any location around the orbit.
Assuming the Earth is rotating around the sun.
That is correct. That was an assumption made, yes. Basically, what it proved, at least, was that there is no change in the speed of light regardless of your reference frame. And therefore, they basically said there's nothing, the ether is not there. There's nothing pushing or stopping, slowing down the speed of light.
There's nothing. Hold on. So you're saying if there's a train going by and someone shoots some light and I'm looking at it standing on the ground, but the train's doing 100 miles an hour, the light's going to be going the same speed?
That's exactly what happens. The light is, if the train is going 100 miles an hour or 3/4 the speed of light, the beam of light that you see is going the same speed. It doesn't get speed energy from the train. If you're on the train and you throw a baseball, then the baseball has the speed of the train
Speed
plus
energy
the speed of the baseball. But that's not the
Speed
way light
energy.
works. Yeah.
All right.
And I actually mentioned this the other day but if you think about it, the baseball has more energy on the train. So how does the light have more energy on the train? And the difference is the speed. The baseball gets energy because it's going faster. The light beam, so to speak, has more energy because it changes its wavelength. And that's the whole point of redshift. It's got a different frequency based on how the light is emitted as the source is moving. If it's moving towards you, it has more energy, but it doesn't move faster, so it doesn't gain the energy in terms of its speed. It gains the energy in terms of its wavelength. It has a higher wavelength, which has more energy. And similarly, if it's moving away from you, it doesn't lose speed. It loses energy in the form of a lower wavelength.
Okay, so if something's moving on the train, it'll gain the train speed with it if we're standing on the ground looking at it. Everything except for light.
Everyday
That's
objects,
actually
yes.
inaccurate.
That's not right.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, a red shift is a light body moving away from your perspective.
You cut out. No idea what that said.
In capacitance has to do with the capacitance. So you have far more capacitance within a blue spectrum versus the red spectrum. So there is an energy difference.
I said that. A beam of light moving towards you has more energy, therefore it's blue shifted. Maybe I got the colors wrong, but a beam of light moving away from you, it doesn't gain speed in terms of the speed of the light. If it's moving away from you, it doesn't lose speed in terms of its speed is slower. It loses speed in terms of the wavelength, therefore it shifts toward the red side of the spectrum, and it works the other way. If it's coming towards you, it doesn't gain speed for the speed of the light. It gains energy from the wavelength, and it's shifted toward the blue side if it's moving towards you.
Okay. All right. My bad.
I mean, I don't know if I didn't use those words, but that's what it meant.
Okay. So listen, did they measure the did Michelson Morley claim to measure contraction? Because they did, they couldn't have, right? I've heard Whitsitt read off things where they claim that they measured this and that was the cause of it and shit. Like, why would they be saying that? They must have been highly confused about this when they were doing this stuff, which sounds about right because it sounds pretty confusing.
The question is, were they confused or is Whitsitt confused?
From what I've heard Whitsitt read, they were confused.
That's my question, though, is maybe Whitsitt, they were right or they understood it, and Whitsitt is confused about what they understood.
Like I said, from what I've heard Whitsitt read, these people were highly confused about this. Now, maybe Whitsitt reading it wrong. I don't know.
That's the whole relativity thing.
You don't think
it can be Whitsitt is confused, or they can be confused? Either way.
Yeah, maybe Whitsitt can't read good. That could be the issue. Yeah.
But in terms of like length contraction, I don't know enough about the experiment because to me the whole point of it was measuring the ether and the differences in the speed. And as far as how that is affected by length contraction, I haven't thought about it enough, and I don't know that I would say that I know enough about it to know how length contraction affects the experiment. And to me, it's not, again, without looking into it further, it's not about as much as length contraction as it is about there was no differences in the speed, regardless of length contraction. I mean, it was the same speed measured at all points and in all orientations. Whoa.
I mean, that's assuming light has a speed.
Well, there's that too.
Well, it takes time for it to get from one place to the next place, right?
Well, it has a rate of induction, but that doesn't mean something's physically traveling, which would infer speed.
Oh, it's lighting up the thing like you throw a rock in a pond and it ripples out. You're saying? Yeah, I'm with that.
I mean,
Right.
even if it is that whole, I mean, there's still a distance over time, whether it's a propagation or a velocity. Either
That's
way.
what I mean, yeah. It takes time. If you throw a rock in a pond, it takes time for the first wave to get to the edge of the lake.
Yeah, there's a distance it travels over the time it takes. I mean, you can use the term velocity or propagation, whatever. There is still a distance traveled over a time it took.
But you can't measure it because time dilation. Or can you measure it?
The speed of light?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been measured. I mean, it's been
takes
measured
time
actually.
It takes time for it to bounce back to you, right? Well, the one way.
Well, that's the whole thing about the time dilation of the yeah. I mean, that's the reason that it's not been measured as far as one way is time dilation and how the clocks get out of sync once they're moved apart.
But you can measure it just sitting still. Just photons.
Two-way, yes. The over there and the back speed, yes. Because
what if hear me out real quick. What if the supposed let's suppose for a second it's induction. So we're measuring the two-way speed of light inducted through that medium. And not only that, but with that particular light source. Okay, but what if it is inversely squared and that the speed changes as it is inducted, and it would be measurable if you could increase the size of the apparatus tremendously?
Wait, say that again. Say that last part, Rick. Just the last part.
I said if like everything else in this world, it's inversely squared as it radiates outward. So if light is similar, what if its inductance changes with the size of the apparatus? So like if the apparatus is the size of my house and you're always using the two-way speed in a machine the size of my house, you're going to come back with the same numbers all the time. But what if the machine is the size of a city? Okay. And then you get the two-way speed and suddenly you're missing 75% or something. What if it loses its speed over distance because it attenuates, is what I'm saying. Like, we're just assuming that the value we have, because it's pretty close, that we're not willing to get any closer, with
You're saying this is like measuring if water's curving in like say we live on a globe and we're going to measure if water curves, but we're just going to do it in a fish tank. Does that sound what it's similar to?
Did anyone else understand what I said?
We're not doing it for long enough.
Well, no, I'm just saying, what if it's possible? I mean, how would you know unless you tried? We're just assuming this two-way speed is we're getting close enough. But what if it does attenuate with distance and the medium and whatnot? And what if it does kind of drop off with distance like everything else does?
It's a good point.
No, that's interesting.
I mean, you got to understand, we're making a lot of assumptions here, begging the question, trying to get answers. I'm not saying us particularly, but, scientists that did this, Mickelson and Morley.
And one more point about this whole ether moving thing, and we detected it, whatever. What if it just so happens to be that if you created matter, if you just took a two-dimensional picture, somebody handed you a Polaroid, that is a still photo, right? The objects in that photo are not moving according to what you see. However, if we were to define a god, we would probably call it the primordial or the main mover. The god would be whatever makes all the matter move. Right? Does that make sense? So if the ether moves and it is the primordial motion.
Yeah, it'd be the first cause of all.
The first cause, right? So
yeah.
I mean, why would you assume that the ether is still? like a picture? Why would it not be in motion? Because that's what a god would be. It would be the prime mover.
Well, that made me think of something that Extremis has said earlier about the train and the light on the train that keeps its speed. Why, if the ether is moving, why would it? Let's say the light is moving through some moving ether. We wouldn't know anyways because it keeps its speed.
The ether doesn't move, man. The ether's at rest. The only thing that moves is the dissipation of energy, which is the release of that ether into our reality, so to speak. But the ether itself is at a static rest.
Well, I would argue that perhaps you could never find it at rest. Because the smaller you, even something that's sitting still, you look at it under a microscope, the shit's moving.
Ether under a microscope?
God damn it, Jeremy.
What are we looking at under a microscope? My bad.
The ether isn't there as in Cartesianally existent. Ether is always in a state of rest. When it's excited, that's how you get electricity.
Look, I'm arguing this point real quick. I'm not saying it cannot be excited, but I'm saying you can't prove it's not in motion at all times.
Oh.
Not saying you can't move it also. I'm just saying you can't prove it's not also in motion at all times.
Extremis, you there?
Because what you're doing, Dicelo, is you're basically arguing against reference frames, you know? And we know how that goes.
Sort of here.
Why would you expect to measure a difference in the light speed if it's moving through ether, if the light always retains the same speed, it always has the constant speed? Let's say there's lemon swirling ether moving around everywhere, and we go to measure it with using light. How would you ever know? You wouldn't know the train is moving if you just measured the light.
That's the point. That's the point of the Michelson-Morley is if there is an ether that is somehow flowing and somehow affects the speed of light, then it should change that speed when you orient the experiment for and against and across that ether flow. You know, if it changes
the speed of light.
Hold on, let me finish my
light. All right, go ahead.
Let me finish. So if you're in a river or for even the wind, I mean, if you throw something in the wind, then whether you throw it with the wind, against the wind, or across the wind, you're going to see a change in the speed.
Unless we're throwing light. If we're throwing light, we're not going to measure any change. We're gonna say there's no wind. If we throw light